Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to WMF World Manufacturing Forum Day 2. Today, we're going to continue the exploration of key enabling technologies, roadmaps, and pathways to implement and take all the opportunities. We're going to explore agentic industrial platform, multi-robotic platforms, and also XR, advanced reality, augmented reality, and all the potential uses in roundtable and keynote addresses, also with new partners from UNIDO, which is an historic partners of WMF. But to start with today, let me introduce Guido Guidesi, who's the Secretary for Economic Development here at Regione Lombardia. It's a pleasure having you. Assessore Guidesi, prego, buongiorno e benvenuto.
Welcome, Guido Guidesi.
Oh. Grazie, benvenuto.
Thank you, everyone, and welcome. We are very happy to host the World Manufacturing Forum today. We are happy because this is the first manufacturing region in Europe, and because this region, this territory, has decided a long time ago to keep on being a manufacturing region and to be, so to say, a territorial container to exchange ideas, to create possibilities through innovation and anticipating the times. And we keep on being competitive and we keep on being winning on the global scale, thanks to our companies, yes, but also thanks to the contribution of the whole ecosystem. In this very building, on Monday, we will present our stakeholders a new idea, which is the innovation and development zones, where our ecosystems will and have to work together in a strategic way, be them company or in terms of training, research, universities, technological and educational institutions, and credit institutions. So what is already available in a sort of co-working, constant co-working, and in a sort of strategic planning for our sector. We are firmly convinced that in this way we can further develop a untapped potential we have, and we are firmly convinced that this could be an opportunity to engage the new generation, hoping that part of them or many of them can be new entrepreneurs and new people coming into the sector.
Everybody, thank you.
Grazie, Assessore Guidesi.
Thank you, Assessor Guidesi.
For economic development at the Regione Lombardia. And before we move to the first two keynote speech this morning, let me reconnect with day one. Well, yesterday we opened with two keynote speeches. The first from the World Economic Forum on the Lighthouse Global Network, so industries that already implemented advanced technology and can be inspirational for the rest of companies, including SMEs, and then the future of manufacturing with the Institute for the Future of Manufacturing in Europe. Then we presented the report. David Romero introduced the World Manufacturing Report Edition 2025. And I want to just remember some of the key recommendations, because this is going to be also the base for the discussion at today WMF. So in terms of how to create roadmaps and how to create pathways to implement these technologies, in the key enabling technologies for efficiency, competitiveness, sustainability. Well, some of the very, very practical key points that David explained and reminded us were define strategic goals and then actively engage on the strategy in execution, which again is the key for all we discussed yesterday. So establish time horizon, design implementation plans, monitor roadmaps, define targeted tech platforms, provide justification in terms of the return on investment, and integrate this platform into all the processes. In the end, all it comes to train and change mindset inside factories. This is what we discussed in a roundtable dedicated to the new technical and non-technical skills for managing inside companies the twin transition, green and digital. We discuss new business models like hybrid, the combination of additive and subtraction platforms. And we discuss also how to use this key enabling technology to reduce the use of raw materials, critical materials like rare earths, but also energy. And sustainability was one of the storyline of day one. But to start, about the workforce, about the culture, about training, new generation and existing working generation, how to equip the workforce with different skills. That was yesterday one of the themes we discussed with practical examples and best practices. But today we start with another aspect that the World Manufacturing Forum we already discussed in the past edition. And we do this with Cristina Ollón, which is Director of Technology, Innovation and Sustainability at SPRI in Spain, which again, I'm happy to have Cristina back at the WMF. She can update us on one of the crucial aspects, which is how to engage more women in manufacturing and gender parity in the industry. Welcome, Cristina.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Andrea. Thank you very much, the colleagues from the World Manufacturing Foundation, for inviting me once again to address the relevance and role of women in the manufacturing industry. This is a relevant role, but a small one, as you have already listened to me in other occasions. Although women are 50% of the population and almost 50% of the working labor all over the world in the manufacturing industry, women account only for 20%, or around 20%. We have been working during the last 5 years to analyze this situation, taking into account that there are many studies that say that the incorporation of women in the companies has a direct effect into the competitiveness of the companies. So the WMF working expert group in women in manufacturing defined a framework for analysis. We defined the strategic imperative that we need to address, that is a cultural transformation that starts at home, continues at school, universities, and finally in the working place. But so this is a huge challenge, of course, and we have defined a different line of actions to address the problems in the 3 barriers and how to overcome these barriers in the 3 stages of the professional life that is the access, the promotion, and the leadership. Also, we have identified what we have called the building blocks to address this line of actions that are to have more data, to make research about the situation of women, to make the manufacturing industry attractive for women, and to that end we have analyzed, or we are analyzing, what we have called company role models, companies that are dedicating efforts to attract women to their companies. So with this analysis, with this framework for analysis from ESPRIT, the Basque Business Development Agency, we have been given content to part of this effort with so far 2 studies, 2 reports. The first one defines a methodology to analyze the correlation between gender equality indicators and competitive indicators. We have also produced 3 case studies with this methodology. I will tell you about them in next minutes. We have also identified good practices in the companies that score better in the indicators for competitiveness and also indicators for gender equality. So we believe that these company role models could be an interesting tool for other companies to understand how commitment from the companies could lead them to a more diverse workforce. So the first report that we produced, as I said, stated the methodology that we have defined. In this methodology, we are analyzing and making a correlation between two sets of indicators. First of them are indicators in companies related to competitiveness, such as increase in billing, increase in employment, indicators around innovation and internationalization. And we are crossing this information with indicators related to gender equality, such as the equality between the different departments in the companies, which is, it's well known that in many cases there are more women in administration, human resources, much more than in the technical or production departments, which is called the horizontal segregation. Also, equality between different positions. Again, we know that at the junior positions there are around 30% of women, senior position 20%, and leading positions only 10%, which is called the vertical segregation. So we are analyzing this data, also how companies address the recruitment processes, and if they have equality measures in these selection processes, conciliation policies, if there are conciliation policies in the companies, and how these conciliation policies are used in equal terms if they are by men and women. And finally, which is the commitment of the direction of the companies towards equality. We have made 3 case studies. In 2022, we have the opportunity to make a survey with almost 500 companies in the Basque Country. Later on, also with the support of the EIT Manufacturing and Smart Eureka, we sent the same survey to, we recovered 76 responses from European companies, and this year we have made an evolution study with 100 companies in the Basque Country. So in previous editions of the World Manufacturing Forum, I had the opportunity to explain the results of the 2 first case studies, in which we can see that the more competitive companies in our samples are more egalitarian, and the more egalitarian ones are more competitive. You have all this information in the first of the reports. I will, of course, send this presentation to all of you, and you can see the results if you are interested of these first 2 case studies. The second report that we have produced is, as I said, we have recovered, or we have been working with the companies that score better in competitiveness and equality from our first survey. So we have been working with 12 companies with very different profiles. You have here the names and logos of these companies. We have small companies, all of them in the manufacturing sector, like Engranges Juaristi or SVE, that they are making a very relevant effort in the case, for example, of Engranges Juaristi, also in the access that is, we can see if a company is making efforts in promoting the access of women in the companies, is much easier also that they can keep on working during all the professional life and have more good practices also in the leadership. We have been working with steel companies like Sidenor and Arania. In the steel sector, the average feminine workforce is 7%. In this case, Sidenor and Arania have around 15 and 10% of women in their companies. They are making a real effort in both cases, also in the promotion of women, access and promotion of women. We have also companies, medium-sized mid-cap companies, around 500 employees, so between 500 and 1,000 employees, very much internationalized in many cases, and we have been also working with them the best practices or good practices that they have also in the international aspect. So you have all the results of these interviews and the work with these companies in the second report that I mentioned before. But what's new this year? So this year, as I said, we have made an evolution analysis with a sample of 100 companies, again in the Basque Country, and once again we are proving this statement that we inherited from one of our colleagues in the World Manufacturing Forum expert group from UNIDO, that gender equality is only a question of human rights, but is something that addresses an essential issue for competitiveness in the companies. So with this sample, again, we can see how the most egalitarian companies are more competitive and how the most competitive companies are more egalitarian. I have also some a bit more detail on two relevant indicators for us, because we are putting the focus in the high added value manufacturing companies, in that case manufacturing companies that are investing in innovation and they are internationalized. So in the case of innovation, you can see again that the most egalitarian companies perform better in the sub indexes related to innovation, like the ones that we have here as an example, the existence of a research and development department within the company, or the participation in research and development funding programs in the last 3 years. So we have also some statements from the companies, from the study that we performed with companies. In this case, for example, Aeroblade, an engineering company in the wind sector, they told us how they value diverse teams because they understand that they approach problems in a different way. So also in the case of internationalization, as I say, many of the companies that we have interviewed are very much internationalized, and again we see how the most egalitarian companies perform better in internationalization, although some of them told us how difficult it is to engage women in the international activities of the company. So we have also made an evolution analysis of what has happened with the samples that we had responses to our survey from 2022 to 2025. So we have some good news, for example, and some not that good news. So in principle, the number of women in the companies has slightly increased in these 2 years. In these 3 years in our sample, as you can see, but also in the average of the Basque manufacturing companies, as our Institute for Statistics told us, the data that we have were from 2021-2023. So we know, and companies told us that one big problem to this number, or the low number of women that are accessing the manufacturing industry, is that there is a small proportion of women with training in STEM, in technological disciplines, and since our companies are moving towards a more sophisticated technology-intense activities, this is a clear disadvantage, although some companies are realizing that case. And for example, in EICA is a cooperative company in the Basque Country that is making a big effort working with the schools and universities in their area to encourage women also with inclusive communication, because this is something also very relevant for women to be attracted to the manufacturing industry. As one of our colleagues also from the group, Lucia, said, companies need to design workplaces that work not only for men, also for women. So in the case of Access, the recruitment is the door entrance to the companies, and it's very well known that women and men don't perform the same or think the same towards an application offer. So women tend to be much more cautious when applying for a job, and there are many companies that have realized that, so they are changing the requisites from accessing women into the recruitment processes. So we have the example of Mesa, for example, that is a manufacturing company in our region, part of the Schneider multinational, that they realize that if they are putting that they need a very specific CV with, for example, 5 years of experience, there are no women with 4 years and a half applying for the job, and many men with 2 or 3 years of experience applying for the job. So they are changing the way they are making the recruitment processes. The good news is that we see that in 3 years, companies are realizing that, and they are taking action to ensure the gender balance in the hiring processes, and also they are training their human resources staff in gender equality practices. So also in the area of promotion, we see how the work-life balance measures are really relevant for taking women on board. But the point is not that companies have these measures. The real point is that they are used in equal terms by men of women. Because if not, if only women are using the work-life balance measures, this could give us, there are some risk, as our colleague also Alina stated, that this detachment from the workplace could be a disadvantage for the women that are using these work-life balance measures in comparison with their male colleagues. The good news is that we see how there are more egalitarian use also of these measures. There is an evolution, a positive evolution during the last 3 years in the egalitarian use of these measures. Also, very relevant, the companies that we have been working with, they stated the relevance of having equality plans. In many cases, in Spain, for example, is mandatory for companies above 50 employees. But despite being mandatory, many companies told us that is a real good measure to communicate and to make all the workforce realize the relevance of working in egalitarian terms. So the equality plans, equality training for everybody in the companies, and as our company said, are benefiting all employees and raising awareness among men about the relevance of the egalitarian policies within companies. Finally, in the leading part of our framework, we have some good and not so good news. For example, there is a slight increase in the percentage of companies with gender balance teams in the high scale teams and this executive roles. So it's slightly increasing. We need clearly, this is something that we need to understand, as Cecilia also told us, that if leadership is not associated to any gender, this has to start at the very beginning. Again, education is really very relevant, and this has to be, we need the same opportunities in education, training, and in the workplace for women and men. So the not that good news is, although we have more women in decision-making processes, we don't have them as CEO positions and boards. Again, well, this glass ceiling is really difficult to break, and again, if we have not that many women in all the phases of the professional life, it's more difficult to get women to the leading positions. In any case, it's relevant to remember that increasing the representation of women in companies and in leading positions in companies enhances the performance. We have higher productivity, better decision-making, more diverse risk management strategies, greater innovation, creativity, and overall efficiency. So these are the results of our study this year. We have some conclusions to share with you. First of all, our new study shows again that this positive impact of women on the industrial competitiveness. In principle, the study shows how the situation of women remains more or less the same, but we see progress in the implementation of measures from the point of view of companies, in recruitment processes, in the use of the work-life balance measures. So we see some progress. We understand that also it's maybe too early, so we would like to see how this is evolving. Again, the best practices, good practices that we have analyzed could inspire other companies to improve in this, making themselves attractive for women. And again, we need to continue gathering data. So once again, I'm asking for your collaboration. If any of you is interested in providing data for our studies, you are very welcome. So thank you very much for your attention. You have all the information that we have been producing during the last years in this QR, and all of you are very welcome to collaborate with this activity, and mostly men. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Cristina. Cristina, let me ask you a quick question before we let you go, because, I received many questions, and, this presentation was very weighted because it's one point of the WMA. We started discussing this many years ago. It's always been in the agenda, and we understand that the process is slow, it's difficult, and the stable participation is not a great result, but at the same time, we saw some progress. Now, we understand, and I personally love the fact that you're bringing here the evidence for the fact that more gender participation, it's not just human rights, is competitiveness, and the reason behind this, and the fact that the most equalitative companies are also the most performative. But at the same time, what's happening, Cristina, is that diversity inclusion is turning to be, more recently, kind of a bad word. And in some countries, and we know what we're talking about, has been banned and has been dismantled many of the efforts that pushed in this direction more recently. Do you feel like that also in the manufacturing space? This might happen, this might slow down the progress, which are difficult, but it's easy to go back. What's your sense?
Yes, fully agree. In fact, there is one person, I don't remember the name now, but famous feminist, that said that we cannot be confident as women because in any crisis, any kind of crisis, all the rights that we are gaining slowly are going to be backwards. It's clear, it has happened at all stages, and as you said, now is this could happen also. We have made very, very slow progress. And well, this is a real danger for all the efforts that many people and many companies are putting forward to engage women in such a relevant economic activity such as the manufacturing industry. So we have to be aware that on the one hand, manufacturing industry need people. So this is clear. We have many problems about attracting people in general to the manufacturing industry. So 50% of the population are women. So if we want to attract people towards the industry, we need to take into account this 50% of the population. We have seen how diversity is helping to be more creative, more innovative in companies. So we need people, we need more innovation, we need more creativity, so we need more women on board. Don't forget that.
Don't forget that, Cristina Ollón. Thank you so much again. Well, Cristina mentioned crises. How many crises we saw over the last decade? As you know very well, and we discussed at the World Manufacturing Forum, let's take COVID. Let's take the pandemic and the impact, especially on the supply chain. We dedicated one edition, Marco Taish will remember, on how supply chain has been redesigned and had to immediately react at that unprecedented shock. But then, with the Russian invasion in Ukraine, war came back, and the immediate economic consequences was, on one hand, a food security crisis, on the other hand, an energy crisis, and then an inflation storm. Again, supply chain had to react to that, to adapt, to rethink resilience versus efficiency, how to solve vulnerability inside the supply chain. And we again discussed that at the World Manufacturing Forum. But lastly, 2025 was the year of Liberation Day, was the year of a new commercial war. Now the world is uncertain. There's a chaos out there when it comes to the commercial condition, export and import. How can companies and manufacturing industries adapt to this condition? This is the subject of the following keynote speech from Rafik Feki, from UNIDO, the United Nations International Development Organization, which is also the president of the Alliance for Industry 4.0 and smart manufacturing in Africa. Welcome to the World Manufacturing Forum. It's a pleasure having you today.
Good morning. Thank you, Andrea. Thank you, all the friends from the World Manufacturing Foundation, for inviting us and me precisely. I cannot say more than to better introduce my subject, but I am going to specify what you said, the impact of you said for Africa. But let's, before getting to Africa, let's have a look at the global picture about where we stand with the digital transformation, because this is the main topic of this edition. So if we have a look at the progress that the world is doing in terms of integrating all the corners of the world to ensure a better embedment of digital transformation around the world, we will see some signals. The first one is that beyond all the efforts, there is still a huge gap in terms of connectivity. We are talking about 2.6 million people who still don't have access to any to internet or to any digital tools. That's almost 40% of the population. Then, Cristina, if you she's coming. If you make a study, if you make a zoom on the gender divide for the specific case of Africa, you will be even more shocked when you know, for example, only in Africa there are 264 million women having fewer access than men at the level of the continent. Yesterday, a lot of speakers, including David and some others, talked about skills, and there is still a huge issue in Africa and around the world when it comes to skills. And there are studies that estimating by 2030 there are 85 million missing opportunities for jobs because of lack of skills. And this is an extremely important element that should be addressed by all the forces. Overall, when it comes to the UN, you know that the UN defined SDGs and with the target to achieve them by 2030. Unfortunately, today, the level of achievement of SDGs stands around 17 to 18%, which is very far away from the objective set for the SDGs. Let's have a look and a zoom for Africa. Africa has been defined for decades as the continent of paradox. If we take some elements related to the topic of digital transformation, you will see why the continent is counted to be among the youngest population around the world. 60% of the people in Africa have the age under 25. And there are studies that are estimating that by 2035, Africa will offer the biggest workforce for the market compared to the rest of the world. So there is a huge potential in terms of skills and potential of creating job market for Africa. But at the same time, 50 to 80% of the companies in Africa are estimating that they are not finding the right skills on the market. Then, when it comes to raw materials, we know all how rich the continent in terms of raw materials, mainly the critical materials needed for the digital technologies. An example like platinum, for example, Africa has 90% of the world reserve, but at the same time, there is very small capabilities to transform those raw materials locally. Then, in terms of market, and I am talking to several technology providers around the world, the biggest ones now they are having more and more interest for Africa to promote their technologies and as a potential market. At the same time, there are huge concerns for African companies to afford this investment. They wish to take it, they wish to have it, but there are the financial, for example, the financial ecosystem in Africa is extremely complex. The means deployed by the governments to encourage this technology transformation is very little. So there is still a lot of work to do to be able to ensure access to those technologies. Another element is the legacy. Because of the primitive level of technology and investment, normally transformation from the current technology level to digital technologies would not be complex compared to some other companies in Europe and in the world. But at the same time, there are, again, difficulties to access those technologies from African countries. Let's take some indicators. And you will see that we might think that when we address the continent, it's not a continent, it's really continents. Because if you take some examples of countries, and we take some indicators that are extremely needed to ensure this digital transformation. Let's take the electrification rate. You will find countries like Mauritius, South Africa, Tunisia with almost full electrification. But if you go to Malawi, Niger, or Chad, we are talking about less than 15%, 20% of electrification rate. R&D per capita, Mauritius, they are at $120, while a country like Niger are at $4. So you can imagine the gap existing between those countries when we look at some indicators or we start thinking about roadmaps to ensure digital transformation for those countries. The technology penetration, that's the indicator which states the adoption of technologies by enterprises. You see that for the three first countries, we are at around 75%, while in Chad, it's around 20%. So the question is, if we are going to address those issues for Africa, shall we come up with the same strategy for those countries? Shall we talk about one Africa or maybe different African continents? And that's a critical element because it's a matter of narrative, and I am going to say that. And that's why through all the networks and the collaboration that we are building, we think that the time is coming from changing the situation in Africa. And this has to be addressed through two main elements. The first one is more at the meso and the micro level, addressing the capacity building elements, the skills, the technology transfer, working with universities, working with research centers. But an important element is as well to address the political level, the policymakers, raising awareness, working with African institutions. And we believe as UNIDO, as United Nations, that smart manufacturing adoption would be vital for Africa to improve its competitiveness and to offer her a better role globally. So, to address this question, and knowing all what I presented in terms of disparity, in terms of paradox, the question will be, which narrative shall we adopt? If we go to a minister in Niger, for example, and tell him, let's have a meeting to talk about robotics, do you think that you are going to have this meeting? Never. But we can change the narrative to tell him, you have an issue to access energy, that are smart technologies that will enable you to reduce the consumption of energy or to come up with some alternative energies, then the narrative will be totally different. The United Nations Industrial Development Organization is a specialized UN agency within the UN system, focusing mainly on the industrial matters. And in order to achieve this goal, we are not operating only in Africa, but Africa is amongst the most critical regions that we are covering. We came up with a strategy, with a digital transformation strategy for our 170 member states that is built around three main pillars. Through the normative leadership, we try to come up with identification of trends, analysis, policy advisory, etc. And we work a lot with the different ecosystems in the different countries. We do that at the global level, at the continental level, at the regional level, and at the country level. Then we are launching as well initiatives. I will focus mainly on two of them, and I am going to present one specific because it's tackling those issues that I am presenting for Africa. The Alliance for AI and Manufacturing, the Global Alliance for AI and Manufacturing, that is headed by headquarters and covering all UNIDO member states. And the second one is related for Africa. I'm going to present that. And then the third level is what we call the technical cooperation projects or programs, where we implement, as I mentioned, country per country or region per region, specific interventions and specific programs. An example is, for example, the project that we are implementing currently in Tunisia and Cote d'Ivoire to address all the elements at the ecosystem level, but as well at the enterprise level. The Alliance for Industry 4.0 and Smart Manufacturing, that's an alliance that was launched by UNIDO 2 years ago. And through this alliance, we wanted to establish a dynamic initiative that includes policymakers. We have some ministries at the board of this alliance. We have as well policymakers, African institutions like the African Union Cooperation Agency, experts, international partners. We are very happy to have some high-level international partners sitting at this initiative. The idea and the mission of this alliance is to unlock the potential of Industry 4.0 for the continent. And we do think that the continent has huge potential and could be a huge potential market for all the digital transformation technologies. And we are, through this alliance, generating initiatives and approaches to implement them together with the stakeholders. And as well, we are expanding now this initiative. More and more partners are joining this initiative. Only 2 weeks ago, we were in Morocco and we got the adhesion of, for example, the GSMA, the organizer of the Mobile Congress in Barcelona, and the IEEE. So very prestigious partners are joining this initiative. The objective, as I mentioned, is to unlock the potential of Industry 4.0 for the continent and to pioneer this initiative in line with the African Union digital transformation strategy, which was set by 2030 to overcome this digital divide for most of the African countries. The initiative is organized around 6 main pillars, and they are extremely important when we think about what I said earlier in terms of challenges. The first one is how to support industries to adopt smart manufacturing technologies by piloting some IoT technologies and encourage some industries to use more IoTs, AI, 3D printing, so all the smart manufacturing technologies to be adopted by the manufacturing sector. The second pillar is about supporting African tech providers. There are a lot of young people who have potential capabilities to be tech providers. We identified several ones, mainly in North Africa, in South Africa, but still even in sub-Saharan Africa, talking to all those young people, we see the potential. So it's a matter of supporting them to unlock their capabilities and to promote their markets. Then education and training. There is a huge gap and a huge work to be done at this level, because talking to universities in Africa, I am now currently, I moved recently to Senegal, covering 5 countries in that region, in West Africa. talking to the ministers, they are still in the spirit of producing the classical skills. Management doesn't. Sorry if there are some, I am having economic background as well. It's not that management skills and economic skills are not important, but they are giving less and less importance to STEM skills and STEM education. Even the intermediate level, like technicians, are missing. I made a study about the number of engineers per 1,000 people, and I found, for example, that for a country like Niger, they have half a person, I cannot say that, one person per 2,000 people. So it's still a big gap and a big work to be done. The fourth topic is about research and development and innovation. Unfortunately, the budget allocated for this area in a lot of African countries is still minimal, and there is a big work to be done at this level. The fifth one is the legal and the ethical part, because that's an issue that is still not discussed in Africa, and there is a big work to be done about this topic. And finally, policies and strategies on how to support the different countries and how to support the African Union to adopt the right strategies and the right policies to promote digital transformation. Those are some examples of activities that we are conducting around the different pillars. I'm not going through this slide, but just to tell you, we want to make it concrete. It's not about only papers. We want really, and we started already to implement most of those activities in the different countries. And we are counting a lot on all the partners that we are having. And we think that joining efforts will support us to create a win-win situation for Africa, but as well for all the tech providers and all the international partners. This is just to tell you that it was not possible to establish this initiative without people, and the people that you see on the left side are volunteers. So those are people who dedicated their time for 2 years to support us to come up with this initiative, and without such a people, these kind of initiatives will never be possible. For example, the one on the top is a professor working with the Mercedes Design Center here in Germany, and a lot of them are really extremely useful. I usually thank them for their dedication. This is just to give you an example of the legacy that we are taking for this initiative. So we are trying to align all what we do with the African digital transformation strategy. And maybe if there is a small video to finish my
Industry 4.0 is revolutionizing the way the world produces and innovates, fostering efficiency, sustainability, and competitiveness across all sectors. For Africa, this transformation represents a historic opportunity to move beyond traditional manufacturing models and build a resilient, future-ready industrial base. However, many challenges must be addressed to fully harness this potential, including gaps in infrastructure, skills development, and access to advanced technology. The Alliance for Industry 4.0 and Smart Manufacturing in Africa, supported by the United Nations Industrial Development Organization, UNIDO, was established with this objective, unlocking the future. For Industry 4.0 and Smart Manufacturing in Africa, for inclusive and sustainable industrial development. As a collaborative network of experts, innovators, and policymakers, ESMA works towards developing a modern industrial future in Africa by focusing on 6 strategic priorities: industrial applications, digital and smart manufacturing technologies, education and training, scientific research and innovation, standardization, legal and ethical factors, policies and strategies. In line with the African Union's vision, the ESMA Alliance aims to support the digital transformation of African industries by developing innovative and practical solutions. In close collaboration with its partners, the ESMA network of experts works to raise awareness of Industry 4.0, promote collaboration among key stakeholders, strengthen the necessary capacities and skills, and support the adoption of advanced technologies in manufacturing companies, thus contributing to the accelerated implementation of Sustainable Development Goal 9 Nations Africa, which aims to build resilient infrastructure, promote sustainable industrialization, and foster innovation. Together, let us reinvent African industry and pave the way for a sustainable, innovative, and prosperous future for generations to come.
Thank you. Thank you, President Rafik Feki. It's a pleasure having you here, and it's crucial to have the Africa perspective. And as you know, the G7 has introduced the Piano Mattei as a platform of cooperation, and manufacturing industries is a crucial part of that. So thanks for your presentation and for keeping Africa present at the World Manufacturing Forum. Now let's go to the discussion and the roundtable dedicated to key enabling technologies. What's an enabling technology? It's a technology that allows all the rest of technologies and manufacturing to work. An example, electricity. But it took kind of a 100-year for electricity from generation to distribution to become pervasive and to change the world. Today, there's another enabling technology which is running way faster, which is artificial intelligence. That's the key enabling technology, and I'm delighted to start the discussion on agentic AI into manufacturing with 2 great experts in the conversation. So let me introduce Noriko Suzuki, who's Global Research Leader at the Energy, Automotive and Electronics IBM Institute for Business Value in Japan. Welcome. Where are you? Oh, here we go. And Douglas Woods is President of the Association for Manufacturing Technology. Please take a seat in the United States. So thanks for joining us at the World Manufacturing Forum. You know, we're going to talk not just AI in general, but agent-based industrial AI platform for the next frontier of smart manufacturing systems. So Douglas Woods, let me start with you, because when we talked, I learned that you spent your life in manufacturing and also integrating and assembling, you know, different systems from automotive to aerospace. And if I'm right, also, you know, your grandpa was in the industry and started working in tech and manufacturing. And you told me this is the best time ever to be in manufacturing. This is interesting, given all the critical areas and, you know, the challenges for manufacturing. Why do you think is that, and what's the connection with AI?
Yeah, the reason I say it's a great time to be in manufacturing is because I suffered the last 4 or 5 decades trying to find the perfect technologies in order to do things that I had in my mind of what you could do, the possibilities of what you could do in manufacturing. And I felt like I started a little bit too early. So growing up in the tool and die industry and wanting to try things with robotics, I was telling Noriko when we were on the phone together that I started using an IBM robot back in 1982, 83. Believe me, it was really difficult to work with and program. Nothing against IBM doing the robot, but it was very difficult to program a robot in the 1980s. Got into doing additive manufacturing in the 1990s. Again, it was difficult. Tried to apply sensors into automation systems in the 90s and early 2000s. And every single one was a one black box to another because there was no connectivity between the different technologies. And most of those problems, frankly, have been solved. And so the opportunity to leverage technologies that are available today to be able to do things you could never do in the past and accelerate the possibility of having designers create things that could never be designed, and actually people fabricate automation and systems with a level of connectivity that was never possible, and they grab data and information to accelerate what you could do with that technology. There's never been a better time in the last 5 decades that I've been in the industry to do this.
Okay, we'll get in more details about agentic AI in a few minutes, and I remind everyone that it's an open discussion. You can participate through SMS and WhatsApp. Let's have the slide with the number as yesterday. There was quite an active participation, so you can take a note, if that's possible, with the slide with the number. Well, when you find it, please show it. Okay, Noriko Suzuki. Let me come to your perspective. We know, and I was mentioning electricity, long time of adoption. Now, AI, conversational AI. ChatGPT was launched exactly 3 years ago. It was late November 2022. Just in 3 years, apparently everything has changed. But that was generative AI. Today we're discussing agentic AI, which is again a step further. Agentic means that it takes actions, and in our place it makes decisions. So it changes a bit also the perspective of the human-machine relation, from human plus AI to AI plus human. So what's your take on that, and how do you see that at the IBM?
Yes, so it's a big change that generative AI generally it just generates a lot of ideas, but agentic AI is a very different type of AI. It takes information from existing internal sources and external sources, and then it makes autonomous decisions and actually act upon that. So it's a very different game, and especially in the manufacturing operations, the significance is even more because unlike like IT operations or business operations, where the most of the agentic AI operation is happening in a virtual world, in a manufacturing world, it's happening and impacting in the physical world. So that's a big difference here. And then in general, to apply agentic AI, you have to have an end-to-end operation transformation. And then a lot of times people are saying, okay, to improve your operation, you have to add AI to your existing operation. But that is not enough. Actually, you have to go beyond that. You have to put AI in the center of the operation, and then you have to rework the operation flow along with that. So we call it, it has to be AI plus operations. So that way you can kind of optimize the operation even better. So this is kind of a little bit different approach that you have to take.
Yeah, it always engages governance issues in terms of, the organization. What's your idea of the impact of AI and agentic AI in manufacturing organizations?
Yes, so the governance issue is very important, and the AI that is not trusted is not simply used. So this is a very critical part. And then 56% of the companies saying that the barriers of AI adoptions are like ethical and governance concerns. So this is like a basic thing that has to be embedded throughout AI adoption processes, no matter what, whether it's physical AI or IT operation AI.
Yeah, for sure. When it comes to AI, it's also about data governance, because it's all based on data. What do you make of that, and how do you see the evolution of the technology into manufacturing?
Yeah, one of the biggest things that's always been an obstacle in manufacturing relative to data and getting the data to drive your LLMs and try to get moving forward with building your agents is where do you get the data from and how do you normalize that data? And so having interoperability standards so that you can actually get semantic dictionaries so that there is an ability to actually use data in a manner that's successful at driving your LLMs. I think it's driving, well, for us it was MT Connect, one of the first manufacturing technology interoperability standards. Also USD, now looking at universal scene descriptor, different ways that people are getting together, building open standards to be able to collect data off the manufacturing floor to accelerate what's going to be done with AI.
Yeah, absolutely. Let me get back to you with some examples of how do you see the industries, starting to move towards agentic AI. What's your sense of what's happening on the ground?
Okay. So the couple of things that we have to we have to have it ready before moving to agentic AI. One is data issue is a big thing. So siloed data is one of the biggest challenge of moving into any AI project. Saying that 60% of the companies saying that. When we say the manufacturing data, you are talking about many different types of data. So starting from the edge data, managing physical machinery, and from execution data, like MES data, or production planning data, all the way back to enterprise resource planning data. So all these siloed data from different manufacturing processes and locations, it has to be accessible to make this agentic AI operate seamlessly end to end. So the first thing you have to tackle is data is a very important aspect.
Absolutely. And the first question I received is exactly on this, Douglas Woods, because they say, well, basically manufacturing plants struggle with highly heterogeneous data. And do you envision a future where AI agents can automatically learn, maintain, or reason over plants? And what breakthrough in language understanding, data mapping are needed to make this possible? What do you make of that?
Yeah, there's no question it's going to be possible, and the ability to do it again, I think, does come back to the basic understanding of what you're trying to collect in data. And so many times we have this problem of data exhaust and people just collecting everything they possibly can. And I think it's always important to go back to whether applying AI or figuring out what you're going to do, building these data models, is go what problem you're trying to solve. And if you can establish the initial starting point being what I'm trying to solve, so if it's a vibration issue, if it's something to do with the way tooling's working, if it's a process flow, something happening with temperatures and things with an additive process, once you understand what it is that you're trying to tackle, you can start to figure out what is the data that I can get from the system. And that data needs to come out in some level, again, back to open standards, where there's a semantic dictionary where everyone's calling that variable, that piece of data, the same thing. To the extent that these open standards are more widely adopted, to the extent then you have these now enormous capacities to store data and accelerate your use of that data, it's going to be easier to actually build out these agents that are working from stable models with good information that originated from the point of what's the problem we're trying to solve with the unique data that specifically drives that solution.
Noriko Suzuki, do you agree?
Yes, I totally agree that the data standardization issue, if it's standardized, it makes people's job much easier. Yeah. And then also I agree with the point that you have to be very clear about what problem you want to solve, right? You cannot just collect data and then trying to figure out what do we want to do about this data. Right? Usually that approach, many companies do that, but it doesn't usually work. So you have to have a very clear idea of what problems or what specific KPI you want to improve, and then try to collect the data along, with that line. So I think that's the approach that worked with many companies that I work with too.
That's for sure one of the biggest challenges, and indeed I just received questions on that. But on the other hand, agents are systems of models, and for manufacturers and for companies as a whole, orchestrating agents working together is one of the new challenge that's unprecedented. And what's the right approach, and what do you see happening?
Yes, so agentic AI is like a robot agent working in your factory, right? So, it's the humans. It's rather than like agentic AI helping humans work. Maybe you have to flip the idea. Humans overseeing a lot of agentic AIs, robotics working in the factory that you're overseeing their processes. So this is kind of the approach that really can make the biggest financial return. So you have to make the kind of a system and processes according to that. And then you have to make sure that you have the governance model, and then you have this safety issues embedded in the process in that.
Douglas?
Yeah, when I look at it and try to go back to going, some of these things that you are trying to solve and go, there's an enormous gap between what a Fortune 100 company can do or would do with an agent and things they're putting into their factory, and what most small to medium-sized manufacturers are doing. So in the U.S., 30 to 40% of the market for manufacturing technology equipment is purchased by contract manufacturers. And contract manufacturers typically in the United States average 27 people per company. So if you try going to some of those companies and talk about how you're building out your agents to be able to drive, improving productivity of your equipment, you're going to look at starry-eyed people going, what are you talking about? And so the practicality of where you can actually take this forward is really figuring out how you simplify the problem of the biggest concern in manufacturing and tying to what you can do with AI is this gap of losing people who truly understand how to program a CNC machine, who know how to finish a mold, who understand die casting, and figure out how do I take that information and be able to absorb what those people know to build your model, and then use that model to drive where you build your agents to do what we're going to lose with all the retiring people from the industry. So again, I'm from working backwards to forwards. Look at the people who are retiring, look at the key skill sets that are leaving, look at AI and agents as a way to grab that technology and help the next generation fill that gap between 30 years of technical learning that those people who are retiring have, build it into an agent with a model of information that actually is usable to accelerate kind of their adoption of actual performing whatever those manufacturing tasks are that we lost.
Well, you mentioned company size, and actually there's a question from the room. Can agentic AI help SMEs to close the gap to process efficiency? What do you think?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that is where I think the most fertile soil is to be had in this. No matter whether, the previous speaker talking about issues in Africa and what their training level is, or if you're talking about the previous speaker before that, getting more women into manufacturing, or if you just look at the number one issue when you talk to any company anywhere, whether it's Europe, United States, Asia, it's we can't get enough people. Enough people getting into the manufacturing industry, too many people that are retiring. And so if you look at what you can use AI, and you can look at, again, now not chatbots, but moving to agentic AI and being able to actually take some of the load off of the individuals and actually accelerate their understanding of the gap in between, you now have a way to propel manufacturing into the next few decades in a way that could never have been done before.
Noriko Suzuki, is this a revolution at SME's hand?
Yeah, actually, even for large companies, the situation is not much different. Actually, even large companies are struggling with implementing AI in the manufacturing. For example, we have a data, 59% of the companies saying agentic AI implementation in the manufacturing is still pilot stage or below. So that's even for the big companies. So even big companies, they try kind of small scale, and then they are struggling to kind of scale. So that's even a challenge because they have a very complex system. Right? So they have so many factories, and their manufacturing process is much more complex. And then their OT, operation technology, and IT system is much complex. So they may have a more integration issue. So maybe for small and medium-sized enterprises, their system is much more simpler. So they may be able to move agile and more speedily. So there is a chance.
Absolutely. You mentioned complexity, which is clearly a concern for everyone in the manufacturing space. And actually, there's a question which is exactly on that. To be an enabling technology, it has to be a standardized technology. We were mentioning electricity. We know that if we put something in the plug, it's going to work, and we don't have to think who's the provider. And the question is, how can we really look for agentic AI that acts on the shop floor if system openness is somehow prevented due to privacy and security, and the shop floor is composed by scattered applications? How about interoperability and standardization, Douglas?
Yeah, I mean, that's always going to be a hard one. I remember when we were developing MT Connect back in the early 2000s, the issue was there was no existing open standard for manufacturing technology data. And so we worked on developing something. I really don't like developing standards myself, and we did it because nobody else was going to do it. And if any proprietary company did it, it wouldn't be adopted by others. But then we ran into issues that in Europe, they felt that, well, geez, if Americans are doing that, they're getting a leg up on us, so we better create our own standard. And then if the Asians did the same thing, a standard's not a standard if everybody creates their own standard. And so standards have to be globally accepted and utilized. And so until we can get to that point where actually people are willing to do that, Siemens is talking about recently rolling out a series of their own co-pilots that cover a lot of different categories, so you can put multiple different agents together, which is going to be necessary to do on the factory floor. The question gets to be if that's done in an open manner so that other people can have their agents connect into that product platform, that's great. To the extent it largely is a little bit closed, other people are going to go, I'll create my own version of that. So it really does become a necessity for the manufacturing industry to try to have some way to be working with the major OEMs in developing what they're doing with their standards to create some level of openness. Again, whether it be looking at USD, whether it looks at MT Connect, whether it looks at using OPC UA, ways of doing that when you look at agents as well.
Well, yesterday, Noriko Suzuki, we heard, I think it was from Komao, sometimes we tend to overrate intelligence of AI. And actually, one of the experts from the room is saying, the AI agents are problems like unpredictable behavior on edge cases, difficulty managing context across tool calls. So the question is, what would it actually take for AI agents to become reliable? What do you think of that? Do we already have a generation of agents that are fully reliable, or we are seeing the beginning of a process?
Yes, the reality is that agentic AI, especially in the manufacturing area, is still beginning. Even the agentic AI for the IT operation is still at the beginning. So, in the reality, it's kind of difficult to say the technology is mature at the implementation level. So, but you have to kind of grow the systems, and then in order to grow the system in a reliable way, you have to have very good data and then also good infrastructure to support that initiative as well. So both are kind of important, like a good reliable data, and then your proprietary data is a competitive advantage, and then those data can be utilized very effectively and on a very integrated platform. And those kind of technology orchestration is a key, and reliability you have to grow. Yeah.
So we think that we are at the very beginning of the journey for companies.
Yes, exactly. Yes.
Yeah, Douglas?
Yeah, I think, unfortunately, I think we're a long way away from it. So it depends on people's time spectrum. If you think, well, if close was 2 to 3 years and long way was 5 to 7 years, okay, I'm on the long side of that. The reality is you have to go back to how an agent is created, and think about the biases that go into the algorithms that are created with the data that's collected in the LLM that's then driving the agent, and think about, is that in some way biased in one way or another, whether it's technology biased or preference biased, and you have to be able to build a long enough time period using the models with some level of correlation back to reality and the physical items to be sure that what we're driving from that digital agent perspective of what to do is matching the physical properties that happen. That's going to happen over a lot of different years. And you can think of each specialty as something different. CNC programming, one thing on a machine tool, heat, temperature, acceleration, quality engineer trying to look what happens with probing or vision systems and pixels of data and how it's interpreted. Every different element of what happens on a manufacturing floor, just sticking in manufacturing, is extremely complicated. The models are at the very beginning levels, and you have to test out every one of the algorithms that's driving the actual agent. So there's a ways to go. Not that it's not going to be done, it's going to be done, but jumping in too quickly and actually driving it as an end-all solution too early risks people's thought process of the integrity of this technology to be important, and we can't afford that to happen.
Yeah, absolutely. And would you like to add something on that?
Yeah, actually, because we do collect a lot of data, so maybe I can give you some kind of realistic projection of agentic AI in a manufacturing environment, and this is based on the survey data. So we did survey for the manufacturing executives globally, and then these are the kind of timeline they are expecting. So, like for example, AI automation with physical assets. The rule-based automation is like about 50% of the enterprise is using, but a generative AI-powered automation right now, maybe 12% is using only. So agentic AI is used by only 12%. So it's very still low, and then even the progress is not. It's not really. The adoption is kind of low, but the progress is going to be happening in the next 2 years, and these are the areas that we are seeing some the progress, like predictive analysis and monitoring to optimize interconnected assets operations for self-maintenance is going to be increasing from 47% today to 78% in 2027. So some areas progress much faster than the others.
Well, very interesting numbers, and the level of adoption is still low. It's growing in different areas and sectors differently. But at the same time, one of the questions is who's driving the growth and who's giving direction to the market? And because, Douglas, you work with companies like NVIDIA, and we know that Jensen Huang has a very clear map from conversational to agentic AI to physical AI to the next level. We'll talk robotics just in a few minutes. What do you make of that, and what's in store, in the big tech that you work with?
Yeah, I mean, I think it does take, major global companies like an NVIDIA in that particular case, to kind of coalesce a lot of people around a solution, right? So if you look at the people who are partnering with NVIDIA and jumping on the Blackwell chip and then are partners in the process, whether it be a TSMC or be a Siemens, anywhere, in the mix of companies, of technology companies, and Uber jumping in, those companies and groups basically start to create the normative to be able to look at, IBM's, the major corporations being in the middle of actually driving this. When Jensen kind of says, look, for us, Omniverse is going to be a key thing, when Omniverse then is tied into a thing they're doing with robotics, and their major investments being in robotics and in Omniverse, you look at them taking a position with things like we're working with them on an MT Connect standpoint, being core to things that they're doing, building out the Omniverse. You look at them building the physical models that you can actually go use then to actually develop, whether you're in robotics or you're doing things in other parts of automation. There starts to be a core, since they don't actually make anything themselves, they end up being a little bit of an epicenter of people focusing around the technology. So they design things, but they don't actually make anything. All their partners are the ones that make things, and to the extent they're working off of one core area, that's a way that you can start to see some commonization and a global perspective on, hey, here's things we can all work from together.
Yeah, Noriko Suzuki, what do you make of that?
Sorry, what was the question?
No, okay. We discussed, also the NVIDIA approach and the big tech approach. So I'll ask you one question that's coming from the audience, and I know it's really relevant because they're asking, is it necessary to create social impact model of new AI application before AI will be approved, considering energy consumption, the reduction of jobs? It could be necessary to develop a step-by-step process instead of a very radical decision. Ethical issues are top of mind when it comes to AI in general. In Europe, we have regulation, and there's a large debate over should we regulate more or less. What's your sense?
Yeah. So managing agentic AI and AI risks in general, it's very important. And then there's 4 areas where that the agentic AI has specific risks associated with that. So the first is it's difficult to trace autonomous decisions, where they're making decisions and why. It's very difficult to trace it. And then the second one is agents, they select the data or tools. So it's difficult to manage that. And then the third is you have to, they continuously learn and adapt to create complexity. That's another difficulty. And then they can make potentially non-reversible physical actions. So the managing risk is a very important part of it, and you have to have a very good mitigation strategy for that. Like for example, like human in the loop for the safety critical tasks. This is very important, and then you have to have a restricted resource access to autonomous agent, or real-time monitoring to audit or agent actions, and then sometimes reversibility of protocols wherever technically feasible. And then if you look at like more bigger societal context, of course, having this safety and responsible concern has to be embedded in the process. But I think the bigger kind of problem that we are seeing, from discussion from yesterday, and we are seeing every day is like many companies are really suffering from the shortage of the people, right? Mm-hmm. So that kind of drives the kind of need for the speed. You have to implement AI in the manufacturing areas in a speedy manner to tackle this skills and labor shortage issues while protecting the governance and the safety and ethical issues. That's a kind of big challenge.
Mm-hmm. For manufacturing especially, because
yes.
In the service sector, what we hear from business leaders is basically that, yes, AI is starting to, reduce needs for people, but maybe it's not firstly on manufacturing. What's your sense, Douglas?
Yeah, that question comes up all the time. And to my point earlier, actually, AI is the solution to the workforce problem. It's not the other way around. Whether you go back to the time of agriculture, there's no time that we didn't have this issue of a technology changing the footprint of what people do with the jobs. But we're already talking about, at least in the United States, we're talking about hundreds of thousands of jobs that are unfilled in the manufacturing area. And supposedly by 2030, that's growing to potentially millions that aren't going in because of the acceleration of manufacturing in the United States. So we're trying to figure out, how do you fill that gap? And this is the tool to fill the gap. Now, will there be jobs that will change because there'll be things that AI can do that you don't need people to do? And yes, that's true in any case, but there's lots of other jobs that get created because of AI, and in the meantime, it fills an enormous gap that we have to fill. So I think it's kind of backwards a little bit. And on the idea of data governance or control, the genie's a bit out of the bottle on AI. And so there's only so much you can do there. Yes, you need proper levels of data governance as per any level of things that you're doing with your company and policy and structure. There's no question you need that, but thinking you can over-control something, I think any country that does that, sometimes if they overdo that, it's going to be to their own demise from the standpoint of the world will evolve around this. It's almost like what happens with nuclear weapons, and then say, well, you got nuclear weapons, but if we create a star-based system that actually shoot the weapons down, and then if we can come up with a better system than that system, and you just keep on accelerating the next solution to eliminate the last solution. So AI is out, it's going to be here, there's some control elements for it, but I think people need to actually look at the opportunities from it and scale it properly.
Yeah, that's good to hear. Do you agree?
Yes, I totally agree. And then I think the biggest areas, and then the first initial area that AI can make a big impact is improving the quality of decision making. Because AI is very good at collecting information and providing good analysis and insight. So instead of just eliminating the work from the people, it's more like providing a very valuable insight to improve your decision making. That's going to have a very big impact on your return on investment.
Absolutely. And AI itself needs people to work, because AI needs a huge, massive, unprecedented infrastructure. We know that big tech is investing hundreds of billions yearly in data centers. And to build data centers, you need two things: electricity and electricians, construction people. And there's a shortage of that. And if you project the investments and the number of data centers and the square meters and the number of servers and the people available or the electricity available today, there's no match. So what do you make of this in terms of the infrastructure? Are we on the right path? Is it feasible, the plans that are out there? Are they over-investing? Because at some point, as it happened on, it was January the 20th, when, DeepSeek from China said, guys, you're taking it wrong. We can do that with kind of 1/10 of the GPUs and the energy that you need. And maybe someone says, in the near future, there will be another DeepSeek moment, and another, as it happens in technology.
Yes, this is a big issue, and then when these days when companies build big data center, right? They build a power plant together with that. So it is like crazy, This is very crazy situation. But I think we have to separate the race to AGI, human general intelligence, and then specialized AI. Right? And then most of the kind of headlines that we are hearing is talking about race to AGI. It's like OpenAI making huge investment, and all other AI companies investing in huge data center. That is more kind of a general AI, AGI trend. But what's important for the manufacturing AI is more specialized purpose AI. So the specific purpose of the AI is necessary for the manufacturing environment. And for that, I think that companies will be building high-performance AI computing infrastructure dedicated to manufacturing, and then based on their proprietary data. So that doesn't have to be a huge data center. So it's a little bit different game. And then also, I think it comes down to the AI chips discussion. Right? And then most of the electric consumption in the data center is consumed by the AI training chips. Right? But for the manufacturing AI, you will need a lot of edge AI inference chips. And that has to be very energy efficient. And we are seeing very promising trend that the energy efficient inference chips are emerging. So you have to kind of separate, you have to kind of understand it's a separate discussion. It's connected, but you are seeing very promising trend emerging in that
Very
space.
interesting. Okay, Douglas Woods, we've got to wrap it up, and your takeaway, and if you want to elaborate a bit on this.
Yeah, I mean, from the standpoint of the transition that's going to be happening with the data centers and things like that, they'll evolve. Things that are happening with chips going on to quantum, there's going to keep on being acceleration of what you build in the area, and you're going to keep on needing manufacturing technology to keep evolving that. So to the main question of where do I see it going, again, as I started my discussion a little bit earlier, when you look at the tools that are available right now to us and our ability to channel those to drive manufacturing technology, it's a fantastic time. There's never been so many tools for people to use. So I ran automation companies my entire life. I thought I would take this current job that I'm in for about 5 years and start running companies again. I've been here 15 years because I keep inventing something new to do at AMT. But if I had 1/4 of the tools that are out today to run an automation company like I used to run, the things you can do now are absolutely unbelievable. And so it's a very exciting time to be in the space.
Absolutely. So I do share your enthusiasm versus the future. Noriko Suzuki, your takeaway, your bottom line?
Yes. So, for me, really the AI, the manufacturing is the forefront and front line of a real AI revolution. Because mostly if you think about it, most of the AI news we are hearing, they're happening in the virtual world. It's not impacting our physical world we are living in. And we are by nature very physical existence. So the manufacturing, AI is going to be really revolutionizing even more than we are seeing in the generative AI. So I'm looking forward to that.
All right, so thanks so much, Noriko Suzuki and Douglas Woods. Thank you for this very interesting conversation. Thank you very much. Thank you. And we go on with the following panel, and the panel is on multi-robotic platforms for empowering people and boosting productivity. And let me introduce Andrea Cassoni, who's Global Head of Cobots Distribution and Ecosystem at ABB Italy, together with David Reger, CEO and founder of Neura Robotics in Germany, and Bob Struik, Vice President and Director of FANUC Europe Corporation in Spain. Please take a seat. Welcome, everyone.
Hello.
Hello.
Actually, David is not here.
Okay, so there's this is beautiful as it happens on TV sometimes. So David is not here, David Rager, okay. And we have Yuki Long, okay, from Aimbo Robotics. Okay, I'm sorry about that. No one told me. Okay, let me start. Andrea Casoni. So, what's in store from your perspective? The panel is dedicated to how new robotics, collaborative robotics, mobile robotics, aerial robotics, humanoid robotics, are converging into platforms that can help humans to enhance productivity and effectiveness of the work in the manufacturing space. So let me start with this. What's the point? Where are we in terms of this convergence?
All right. First of all, let's say that we see a change, a big change, another one, in the robotics story. It's 50 years that we say that there's it's a new inflection point, and this is another new inflection point. Manufacturing is changing, and I think the name of the game is not volumes anymore, but it's agility. So we need factories which are able to be versatile. And this requires a different type of robotics. It requires a robotics which is more autonomous, so it can operate without too much human intervention. It requires a robotics which is more versatile, so they can change tasks seemingly either from different application or within a same application. But it's a big change, and it's driven by some important, I would say, technological needs, enhanced mobility in the shop floor, a different way to interact with robots, and of course, the possibility to have a better perception of the environment. Now, you put all this together, and you put into different way to embody this physically in different mechatronics element, and you get to this multi-robotic platform. So you have industrial robot, you have cobots, you have AMRs, you have integrated visual solutions, you have mobile manipulators, and of course you have humanoids. Now, on the humanoids, we may have maybe different perspective among us, right? Which is probably good also for the panel. But for the rest, it's clear that there is a number of different technologies and products which are needed in a shop floor and that are part of a portfolio that can be taken as the application requires. All this with a big umbrella, we've heard it in the panel before, which is the key enabler of versatility and autonomy, and that's AI. So from our point of view, and that's what we call, by the way, AVOR, autonomous and versatile robotics. The product of today and the ones of tomorrow, and the things on which we as ABB are working, are to enhance this autonomous and versatile robotics. So more and more development towards different type of product, in our case, AMR, cobots, robots, vision solutions, and more to come, obviously, which have enhanced mobility, navigation capabilities, different way to interact with machines, dexterity, a different level of dexterity, and a possibility for autonomous reasoning of the machines. So if you put this all together, then you get a pretty strong portfolio, vertically integratable, and then you can orchestrate. Now, different story is then you expand this to multi-vendor, and probably in the industry we're not there. Right? So if you want to have multi-vendoring, communicating, being orchestrated, other than using the typical protocols, there's still lots of integration to be done.
Well, Bob Struik, Andrea Casoni introduced, the transition from mechatronics to more evaluated and different models of robotics. What's your experience at FANUC? What's your approach?
Well, thank you. Thank you also the World Manufacturing Foundation for inviting us. I think if you look back 10, 15 years ago, robotics was really a mature industry. In the product life cycle, you had a few dominating players, and it was quite a mature industry. Then the cobots came, very well done by Universal Robots,
opening up a new segment and a new way of working, bringing robots closer to people and enabling people to really work with a robot in ways that were not done before. And suddenly we saw a spike of growth in that sector. Now we have AI and we have a shortage of workers everywhere. And I think Mr. Woods already explained it in the previous discussion. This is really pushing forward the need for robotics. So suddenly we see that there is a lot of growth. There's a lot of new players because China has woken up. In the past, it was Germany, Japan, Korea. Those were the countries with the highest density of robotics. Now it's China is #1. And China is a massive country, and they consume numbers of robots that are unprecedented. So that also created that local manufacturers in China came up to the market, like we see EV cars in Europe or in the US dominating or starting to dominate. We see the same in robotics. So suddenly the whole market is moving in directions that are in uncharted waters. So that is certainly exciting, and we are willing, and participating in that. AI is, for us, nothing new. I mean, honestly, AI, it's a big hype today. You cannot read any newspaper, switch on the news, and there is something about AI. Great. We've been doing that for the last 10, 15 years as machine learning. You make a neural network within your machine, you take the data that is available in your machine, and you start making decisions to the use of the application. We have been doing that for quite some time. So it's nothing new in that sense. Of course, ChatGPT changed the perspective of the people and the way we look at it. And now all these investments, these billions of dollars that are thrown into the industry, of course, this is very welcome, but I am in factories every week, and I think Andrea as well. It's still very difficult just to automate a simple robot.
Does it change also the robotic perspective? So from generative AI to agentic AI?
It speeds up things. I mean, if, for instance, AI, you can use Claude for coding, programming. In the past, how did you program a robot? You took the teach pendant and you teach some points and you make some logic behind it with the PLC, and the robot would execute what you programmed. Today, the new generation of programmers, they don't touch the teach pendant. They come with their laptops. They don't even know, they never touched a robot in their lives, but they program in Python and roots. They just give streaming commands to the robot. The robot will execute what is coming from their laptop. So this is a total new way of working with a robot, an industrial robot, or a cobot, doesn't really matter. So in that perspective, yeah, you can use AI to generate those codes or to debug in edge situations. When you've done your programming, you want to debug it. Now, in the past, that took probably days. Now with AI, you can find these edge situations in minutes. So it will speed up the time to market for automation, absolutely, yeah.
Now, Yuki Long, you are a founder at Einbor Robotics, and founders do have a vision. What's your vision of the current state of robotics and the future that you're working on?
Thank you for your question. So Einbor Robotics is more focused on the humanoid robots as a centerpiece, but still like an integrated solution for automation and for retail into the European continent. So thanks for the sharing from Bob and Andres. I completely agree that right now we are training the robots in a completely different logic. For example, humanoid robots, they are so much different from cobots and industry robots. Because for humanoid robots, they don't really have a restriction of the physically. They can basically into any space that humans can reach. They can climb the stairs, they can open the doors, they can do sorting, do handling, and they are not coded to do the task, but they're trained by VLA and VLN mode. And also we need like foundation model, and also like vertical model to train the robots all together. So I would say it's a completely different way how we emerge the physical AI, the embodied AI, like Kuta-Robot robots, Bellpet robots, Well-Leg robots into the automation loop. And still, I think the humanoid solution is the last mile of automation. And I believe it's still very doubtful topic, also very challenging, but very promising.
Now, Bob Strick, you mentioned, the difficulties and the constraints to the adoption of different robotics, and who lives in the shop floor knows exactly, what you're talking about. But how to approach this and how to take full advantage of these new sets of robotics and how to get them to work together, in your view?
Well, I think Mr. Wood spoke about NVIDIA Omniverse. I think this is, again, simulation, robot simulation, digital twin has been around for years, but with the money and the investments made into these new systems, it will enable many companies, also small medium enterprises, to simulate their factory and to see where are the gaps and where they can improve. So that will it will speed up and the understanding of where to invest, where is my ROI, where are the low-hanging fruits. You know, these kinds of, if those simulations become available to the general market, so that will certainly help a lot. Yeah.
Andrea Cassoni?
No, I think that a number of technology already exist. Now the challenge is to put them together into something different and more dynamic. If you take simulation, just to continue with Bob, yes, simulation is there since years. And since years, we may have programs that do automatic path generation, collision-free, okay? So this already exists. That's a product today. If you start to put vision on top of it, and this becomes dynamic, because I can create a simulation path, but then there's an obstacle, and robot, know how to avoid it. Same for mobile robotics, which, by the way, it's now very, very important. And the mobility is one of the key things that is happening in the shop floor. Intralogistics is behind. So with VISLAM, same. Obstacle detection, mapping the environment, understanding there is an obstacle, changing the route. All these happen today without human intervention. Now, the more you put technologies together, so tomorrow this will happen more and more with mobile robotics, okay, which could be seen also as an alternative to humanoids, right? You put 1, 2 armed vision on wheels, and in a shop floor, in a factory, you can do most of the things that you can do probably with humanoids. But let's say this we'll see, right, as future unfold. But let's say there's the stack, the combination of all this technology is what makes a difference. And in that sense, even if some have been there since years, now combining them open up definitely new doors and new opportunity.
Well, absolutely. And indeed, one of the first questions I'm getting at the number that you can show from the control room, it's about the future of humanoid robotics. And they're asking, what's your opinion in the trend that is developing very fast in China? So they're mentioning Xpeng, Unitree are expected to produce 100 million of those robots by 2028. And do you think there will be an invasion of humanoid robots also on manufacturing sites in Europe and the US? What do you make of that?
Well, I think David Romero said it yesterday, there is a technology push and there is a technology pull. And when it comes to automation, it has to be a pull. And this is what we have seen so far. You have a problem on the shop floor, you want to automate, you want to increase your ROI, you want to increase your OEE of your production line. One of the main solution is automation. So it is the problem that is dictating where you want to find a solution, and you do that in most cases with automation. Now, humanoids, just because we can make a humanoid doesn't necessarily mean that we have applications for it. I mean, we see it in where we have our industrial robots and cobots. Often it is cycle time up to the seconds, payloads reach, which for humanoids, they will not reach those speed. If you want to load your machine, and we need to load a machine with a part for metal industry, whatever, and we have a cycle time of 3 seconds for load and unload, forget it with your humanoid. It will just not happen. So then, okay, I can envision areas which are more difficult to automate with industrial robots just behind those, because, for instance, in food industry, you have carton sleeves that need to be put into the machine, and then the product, whatever, the cookie, whatever, goes into the sleeve. Now, these stacks have to be put into the machine. It's done by an operator. It's difficult to automate that with a robot. Yeah, you can pick up a stack, but if the stack is placed on the pallet is coming from the warehouse, the stack is all over the place. Sure, you can have vision cameras, you can pick it up, but you need some certain dexterity in the gripper. For a traditional robot, that's kind of difficult to automate. Also, you know, you need different types of formats, so you need different types of grippers. So for an industrial robot, could be difficult. Could a humanoid do it? Maybe. It depends on the dexterity of the fingers. A human has 27 degrees of freedom in one arm. So, yeah, it depends on how good they can develop these grippers and these sensoric to pick up such a stack and place it in the machine. So there is for sure, in the background where their cycle time is not so critical, you can see areas where humanoids could add a role.
Yuki Long, do you agree?
Well, first of all, I do agree that humanoid robots, they look fancy, right? Everybody loves to try the robots, but are they really practical units when we bring it to real scenarios? So first of all, I think which is more feasible is the unmanned retail solution. For example, we have these unmanned grocery stores, unmanned pharmacy at night. I think it works pretty well. And second, when we talk about automation, it's simply more complicated. There is like something the robot can do as a proof of concept, because first of all, each foundation model matching each robot, they are different. And we have a huge challenge in Europe here to find sufficient real-world data to train the robots. Most of the human robots we see in the European market is Unitree G1. I also have a few in our labs. It's like 1.3 meters high. It's not even the right size for production line. But we also have like wheeled robots with a payload like up to 10 kg at the moment, battery duration to 8 hours. If we can match the right foundation model to the right hardware, I think it's feasible we can do some vertical scenarios in the beginning, some tested scenarios like loading, uploading, sorting, handling are still tested in Europe. And I would also say, like, by the way we train the robots is a combination of coding and VLA training. And for that, we cannot guarantee 100% accuracy compared to robots, mobility robots, cobots, but it's around like 17 to 80% accuracy. And the thing is, the robots, the humanoid robots learning, self-learning are evolving so fast. 1 year ago when I was in China, there are no more than 3 manufacturers who can provide humanoid robots stand still without falling. It was a big win already. But after 1 year, we see good proof of concept, retail solutions already acting vivid in China. For example, we're partnered also with Galbot. They have nearly dozens of the unmanned grocery stores around. And for that, if we can combine the foundation models, the stable hardware supplier, more training on site, I think I wouldn't say we would have some practical usage of humanoids in 1 year, but let's say what happens after 1 year. Thank you.
Well, Andrea Cassoni, let me help understand what's happening in the real world with, for example, your customer in Italy, which is a manufacturing, country, or international customers. What's their approach, and in terms of demand and offer, pull and push? What's the state of the situation?
Well, I think everybody's going beyond, let's say, the traditional robotics embodiments, right? Let's say the traditionals are industrial robot and cobots, which I would say now are both standards, right? Cobots are 10% of total industrial robot shipments, so it's a big chunk. We see a big development in the AMR. I mean, those data are, no matter which study you look at, that's a 20% year-on-year growth. And more interest for a mobile manipulator, right? So on an AMR, you put a manipulator or two arms, you need vision, and you need to, which enables a much better flow. So mobility counts a lot to optimize the flow, because, of course, you can optimize a cell 110%, but then if the flow is not optimized, then you're missing the core of the mission. And for that, you need mobile robotics, which is smart, which communicates well, which understands the environment. So the software stack is something which is fundamental and will be more and more. All the customers are looking at how to better operate and integrate these various forms of automation. Vision and perception are also becoming more and more key part of all this more dynamic environment. not only vision, but in general sensoring, development, how to get the data from the sensor, how to use them, how to transform an information from a force control into something that reinforces your cell. So I need to know that I have a deformable, let's say, item, which means that maybe I need to modulate the strength of my vacuum gripper. Okay, all these data exist. You need to put them together in a way which is easy, so that then you can deploy easy to use but very robust solution. And that's another part in which AI comes back into the conversation. Because yes, machine learning was there, but today with 30, 50 pictures of an object, as long as this is embedded in the, for example, simulation software, you can actually create program considering variables that yesterday, it took days of a programming engineer to cover for 80%. So all these dimensions are the ones that customers are looking for. Big ones, small ones. Of course, SMEs are to a level which is slightly behind, I would say. So in some cases, we still have, in many cases actually, we still have the basic needs of automation still there. There are still tons of machine tools which are fed manually, which after 50 years of robotics seems incredible, but that's still the reality, right? So plenty of still manual operator feeding machine tools. So there is all kind, so this is, I would say, level 0, right? Still not completely accomplished. So in that scale, from automating for the first time, maybe with a cobot, a machine tool machine, to actually wondering how you can integrate AI visual models into your programming to skip all the steps of commissioning.
Well, Bob String, industries, and we heard it before, has never had a set of available tools so large, but then it comes to reliability, and Andrea was saying robustness and solidity of the solution that industries can access today. What's your answer to this, and what do you make of that?
Well, listen, our customers have one goal, which is to make profit. It's that simple. No profit, it means that they are bankruptcy. So they need to stay alive and they need to stay ahead of their competitor. So there's a clear need. Now, if you look in robotics in the past, yes, it was high volume, low mix, automotive, tier ones, large series pushed through the system, great and easy, relatively, to automate. Today, we see it more reversely. We see high volume or low volume, high mix. So distribution centers, parcel handling, changeover of products. Many SMEs, they don't make large series, they make short series, short batches, 100 pieces, 500 pieces, 20 pieces. Can you automate that? Yes, today you can. With cobots, with vision systems, with sensoric. And the nice thing is, in the ecosystem that has been growing the last 5 to 10 years, there is a lot of small entrepreneurs making special grippers, making special vision cameras, making language libraries, so you can program an ABB or a FANUC or a KUKA, it doesn't matter, with a simple generic language. So it becomes very accessible for small and medium-sized enterprises, or in Africa, to adapt these technologies, because suddenly you have a whole tool set that makes the previously difficult robotics only for high volumes available for low volumes. You can do batch series 1. We have customers that do welding with one piece, but they do it with a robot because the quality is so much better. So they lose some time in the programming and the setup, maybe takes a minute, but the weld that comes out is perfect, and that's what they need, because that is the quality and the added value they bring to the market, because a bad weld means a bad product and the customers don't buy it.
Absolutely. So going back to the basics is always useful. And Yuki Long, what the next big thing will be, and what the main trends do you see happening, also from what you see in the Sinoswiss hub?
Well, Sino-Swiss Hub is the mother company of Amber Robotics. It's more like a consulting role to bridging the faster innovation from Asia Pacific to the compliance application in Europe. And right now we're more focused on the robotic because I would say there were still a quite gap in between. First of all, when we are in the scenario to provide compliance solutions to customers, what the challenges here is missing, and that's also what Sino-Swiss Hub is going to offer more experience and support on this. So first of all, the compliance, for example, the regulations, data storage, and also like there is not sufficient data to train the robots. First of all, like all the humanoid robots are most likely right now get imported from other continents. And the regulations in Europe is simply much, much more than other continents. And this is the fact, like 90% of the humanoid robots we're deploying right now in our proof of concept, they're not fully certified. So it's still on its way. Probably they have CE, but not ISO standards, not machinery device standards, for example. And that's why Sino-Swiss Hub is also offering services to make them certified. And then second is the compliance. We need to everything fulfill to the GDPR regulations, which we don't have things like that in Asia. And also, I don't think people would love to connect to a Chinese server when it's get deployed in automation. So everything needs to be transferred into the European local server, cloud service, agent computing, or even simply like by the robot's own chip computing. So anyhow, we need to get it transferred. That's the second gap. And the third gap, when would humanoid robots really be practical, useful for the industry? And for that, we really need good foundation models, and that is really missing in Europe. Because for every foundation model, it needs to be trained with the specific kinds of robots, and it takes not really a small money. It's usually like tens of millions of dollars we're talking about to have a foundation model. And also like an engineer team from 20, 30 people, and usually it takes like 6 to 9 months. And for most of the user cases, they are not afford to pay such good money to it. And what we are doing from Sino-Swiss Hub is we get like foundation models together with hardware and local deployment, compliance service, after-sales service, and insurance all together as a full stack solution to our customers. And for that, we can lower the cost from tens of millions of dollars to a few millions of euros or dollars. And also we can shorten the POC landing time from 6 to 9 months also to 3 months or so. So this is basically how we combine these two legal identities together.
Well, Bob and Andrea, there's a question for you guys, and I think it might come from a client or a potential client, because the question sounds like this. ABB and Fanuc are traditional automation companies, still very costly and often difficult to generate adequate return on the investment, particularly in uncertain times. Lower cost, higher flexibility solutions are required to scale. China seems having understood that. What incumbent companies are doing to deliver into a much more competitive world? Well, it's kind of a very good question. So, Andrea.
Nice question, and thank you. I think that, let's say, the incumbent have something that we cannot neglect, right? So we need to provide, and we will need to continue to provide a certain...
The microphone closer.
Yeah, thank you. Could you hear the beginning?
Yes.
All right. So a certain level of reliability. Now we see an incredible amount of new competitors, which is great. We cheer competition. It's good always. At the end, the market, the customer, the competitors benefit. But I think it's important that we keep some element firm. So the importance, non-negotiable, of safety, for example. That's something that I'm sure none or nor Fanuc will ever jeopardize. The reliability of the product, the possibility to serve globally a product, all these elements which some of the old guys, let's say, or let's say the incumbent have, requires some kind of complexity, but also effort. So it's actually good to see lots of new competitors coming from my point of view, because anyway the market will benefit. Some elements, in my opinion, are still to be proved. Right? Some elements some companies are so new that we don't really know, right? The reliability over time, serviceability, support, element complying with the standards. So I think we should look at the good things that the new competitors bring, as always. It's pushing us to do anyway more, to do better, to reduce our costs, to be more efficient, which is anyway good. Part of the story that the incumbent can offer, I think, is not that easy to be replicated in the immediate short run.
Bob, at FANUC?
Well, whether we are costly or cheap or expensive, I don't know. It depends, I think, on how you use the robot or your system. And often when I see how it is used, in most cases, customers use our products for 10 years, 15 years, 20 years. Speaking about sustainability, we support, as long as the customer uses our product, we support spare parts and repair. So we have customers using our robot for 25 years. Well, that for sure, those units are written off and they're making good money. So again, it's the added value that you search for in your application. We'll be happy to discuss later in the break if we can help somewhere, no problem. So it all depends. Speaking about competitors, yeah, competition is good. And I think, again, if you look in traditional robots, traditional cobots, our customers require reliability because at the end of the day, your production line needs to run, because this is where you add value and this is where you make your revenue and your profit. So any stoppages in the line due to a robot is very costly. And typically, when we get the phone call, the robot is down, well, often it's not the robot, but it's something else, some sensoric or a PLC that is stopped. But the panic is usually quite high because it costs a lot of money, a stoppage in the line. So that requires from us that we have to bring top quality material. And that's why we're a Japanese manufacturer. We manufacture everything in Japan. Nothing against China, but we don't believe that outsourcing part of our production is good for the reliability of the product. So again, but that has a cost, that has a price, but that will translate in your uptime of your machine.
So Yuki Long, I assume you're not at AIMBO an incumbent, but how do you see the cost barrier, especially for SMEs, to enter and to play the game with the big boys? And do you think that it is going to change in the future?
Well, I still think humanoid robots, they play part of the role, but they cannot, first of all, they will not replace human work. They will never do. And second of all, I don't think humanoid robots will replace of the roles from other mobility robots or cobots or industry robots. Right now, when we provide a solution to our end users, it's already like the humanoid as the centerpiece, but combined with other AGV, for example, and cobots as well, because in the end, humanoid robots, they are not designed to take every task. So I think we're not a real competitor to the big guys, big leading ones in this industry, but we play a complementary role for the automation solution.
Now, on this, Andrea, there's a question for you. What about collaboration with humans? Will we see these robotic solutions acting alone on the shop floor, or the idea of collaborative robots is overcome by replacing human, for example, humanoids? What do you make of that?
Well, the logic is always that humans are in the picture, and actually one of the key elements is to make simpler the interaction with humans. So humans are there, humans are around, humans must be safe and must be protected, so you need all the technologies that are needed to make sure that this happens. But the interaction is with humans, so the way we interact with the robots and cobots today and tomorrow will be easier and easier and easier. Lead through probably tomorrow, speaking to robots, there are still already plenty of proof of concept, and I'm sure that they will become more real not in a long time. So the presence of humans is always imagined, I would say. When we talk about cobots, robots, mobile robotics. The problem is the other way around, right? Today, the labor shortage, thank God robots are out there because I don't know how many factories would not be there without automation. And I think somebody said in the previous panel, this will continue. There continue to be thousands and thousands of unfilled jobs. AI will support this even further, will make the possibility to automate easier also for SME, because AI, in my view, contributes a lot to the ease of use. In a way, it's the ultimate ease of use. So enabling more companies to do more with robots, cobots. So I would say it's a clear activity that put together automation and people. So it's an ecosystem in the way we see it in a factory. Robots, cobots, AMRs, software, people, working together with a different kind of tasks.
Well, Bob Struik, Andrea is telling us humans will always be in the picture. I can remind it was 10 years ago that WMF, a Korean industrialist and a scientist, came with a picture of what he called a dark industry, a dark factory where there's no need of lights because it's just robots working together. Are we heading in that direction, or collaboration is the new dimension and will remain that?
Andrea, I would like to invite you to our factories in Japan. We have robots making robots. We have around 800 blue-collar workers in our factories and more than 6,000 robots making robots. So we have what you call lights out manufacturing. I think in some of our factories there is maybe 6 people and the rest is just robots and fully automated. Again, this is our way to stay ahead of our competitors, European ones, Asian ones, and to provide that top quality. We don't have a Monday morning robot, no. We run 24/7 with a fully automated platform. But then again, you still need humans, and as was said before, you know, some of the boring jobs or the tiring jobs or the difficult jobs are replaced by robots, but we also need people to design the lines, to maintain the lines, to support the lines. So yeah, you create a lot of new jobs, and again, there is a labor shortage. We need robots and cobots. And the good thing is with all these new tools, the time to market will only be shorter. I've seen an example where we had a customer making, actually they made robots for the swimming pools, you know, these robots that clean your swimming pools, and they needed to make a ceiling on the outside. And they came to us and they said, yeah, we were thinking about a cobot. And we said, yeah, good. So we spoke. They already had a supplier for the sealant. We had it. We added it on the robot on the end of arm. We made a simulation in our simulation tool, and after a day and a half, it was up and running in production. Now that is very fast when it comes to automation, really put into production. But that's the speed that you're talking about today when you use these systems. So yeah, you see a lot more agility, much more speed into the market and the adaptation of the technology, which is good. Yeah.
That's fascinating, and the speed of innovation, it's totally impressive. Yuki Long, what's your takeaway of this discussion?
I completely agree to Andrew's and Bob's. For me, I think humanoid robots, they are still charming because they have this kind of character with the flexibility or potentials to go in the future. And in my point of view, humanoid robots, no matter what shape it looks like, it's just like one kind of mobility robots, one kind of device of the IoT system. So I wouldn't think it's anything that much special. We should look at it differently, but however, how we say it differently defines how the generalization application of the models can be, not now, but maybe in the future. We never know.
Well, thank you so much for that, Yuki Long, Bob Struik, Andrea Casoni. Thank you. A round of applause to our speakers. Time for a coffee break, and we'll be back in 15 minutes. Please accelerate re-entering from the break. The break is over. This is officially over. We're ready to start again. So let me introduce briefly our final panel, which is a very important panel dedicated to extended reality platforms and industrial metaverse for enhanced industrial operation. We're delighted to have back at the World Manufacturing Forum Dominik Rormus, who's Chief Expert Software at Siemens and CTO of Labs Network Industry 4.0 in Germany, and Dr. Takeshi Kurata, who's Director General at AIST Kashiwa National Institute for Advanced Industrial Science and Technology, together with Andrea Cagnin, Business Development Manager at PTC. So please take a seat. We are ready to go. Again, you can participate with your questions, and you did it quite a lot this morning, and please remind to do this again. So Dominik Rormus, I mean, you are not just an expert, but also a veteran here at the World Manufacturing Forum. I would like to start with you because this is an important part of our discussion. So extended reality as a key enabling technology. What's the state of the art? What's your vision of how this can help productivity and cooperation inside industries?
Thank you very much, Andrea. I'm really happy to be back. Oh.
Yes, you need the mic.
Yeah,
okay,
right.
here we go.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Andrea. I'm really happy to be back. I remember the very first World Manufacturing Forum, I guess 10 years ago already, and I really follow it and see the importance of our discussions. Also the progress out of all these discussions in respect of Industry 4.0, smart
and in
manufacturing.
13 years, the world has completely changed. And also the industrial world.
And the knowledge and awareness about digitalization is there. So now is also the time for extended reality, virtual reality, much more than 10 years ago when we had already a small panel on that, but it was for experts and was mostly driven by academia. So where's the benefit for business and industry? There are two major aspects without going, and we will, during the discussion, deep dive more, but leveraging on a high level. Transfer of knowledge is for sure a very important element. It's been discussed during these past 2 days a lot. Upskilling remains a challenge. For the past 13 years, continuously we talk about skilling of our people for digitalization. So with XR technologies, that is easier. The obstacle is lowered. It makes more sense. It makes more fun. That's one element. The second, and that is really important, is really service. Very specific service. There it just works out. You can support from remote. Service costs are high. That's an everlasting problem. So this is another very useful application. For when it comes to industrial metaverse, we are on a totally different league there. And that I would like to underline. We are really now working on digital twins. And not just academically, we really use them. In every machine, in every product, you find digital twins. And by that, you have all the quality input data for metaverse. So the engineering, the setup process, the installation in the factory, all is done 100% in the virtual world. This is what we call industrial metaverse. And there we actively work on solutions. This is the second topic. So extended reality for individual humans to experience it, and the industrial metaverse as the overarching element from engineering basically to set up and operations.
All right.
This would be my intro for today.
Absolutely. So Takeshi Kurata, what's the situation in Japan and what are you working on? What's your perspective?
Okay, I'm from academia, not from industry, so I don't know so much about the industry situation. However, the industry partner often give us the to evaluate the usability and the effectiveness, and also the influence of the health condition issue like VR sickness. So what we are doing is create some new prototype and evaluate such human factors for easily installing the new system into the actual, so like manufacturing, shop floor or other logistics field or something. That's basically what we are doing. Yeah.
Yeah. Andrea Cagnin, let's move to case studies and industrial experience from your company and remind us about the company.
Yes. Hello. So I work for PTC. PTC is an IT software company based in Boston. We provide solution related to the complete digital thread of the product, from DILM, application lifecycle management, PLM, product lifecycle management, until the SLM, service lifecycle management. So about the case studies of the application of VR, we can see that in the last years, our customers, so we support customers in different verticals from T&M, transportation and mobility, aerospace and defense, electronic and high-tech, aerospace and defense, I said, marine and offshore, and several others. So the use case that we can see about XR, so VR and AR in this case, could be from the engineering point of view for the validation of projects, to validate what-if scenarios when developing a new concept. In the manufacturing for training purposes, and this is a well-known case, but also for pre-commissioning, so before installing a production line, to be sure that production line fits the plant, and there are to reduce. I don't want to say avoid surprises, but reduce surprises during the commissioning phase. So to reduce the lead time for commissioning. And as Dominique was saying, for services, to reduce the time that is required for service, for maintenance operation, but also for remote operation, to be able to support technicians on the other side of the world. So these are some cases that we are working on with our customer that are increasing the importance of the usage of virtual reality and augmented reality for current application.
Yeah, and Dominic Rormer, are these the same areas that you at Siemens see as, you know, the leverage to speed up adoption of XR platforms in industries?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you very much, Andrea. Totally taken. Let me not repeat on that, but further bring on the discussion. As discussed in the past 10 days, and I referred already to that, we are really around the world facing a lack of qualified people for our factories, for production. So the trend to autonomous factory is ongoing. Andrea just recalled already on remote operations, which are quite normal in offshore. For instance, windmills, you don't have a person operating the windmill, it's entirely remote. And we see this more and more, in particular when it comes to fully automated lines where you have ghost shifts or man-free shifts, at least the night shift often is done like this, where more and more AI systems are in place that also take over certain decisions when problems occur or whatever. Here, this entire preparation, good quality data to be able to come to that level is key to success. And creating good quality data to be able to train systems, AI systems, such that useful decisions can be drawn. It's not a consumer usage we are talking about. If I ask an AI system to write me a speech, it's okay if it's not perfect. I can still circumvent that. It's totally different if you operate a factory. You're reliable, legally reliable for what you do there, right? That's a totally, we need to be compliant with what we produce and all the processes and rules and regulations around that production. So here, quality data is key to success. And it starts really with this metaverse, with the digital twin, where the engineering already develops such that he creates data for this product and the production line for both, integrated and semantically, as we say, represented. So the quality data is already being set up at the beginning very high. And that enables then later on all these topics that Andrea was already referring to. So yes, you're right, I spoke already so much, sorry Andrea.
No, that's fine.
Step by step we are getting there, and now the XR, the extended reality, supports that. We are still human beings and we have workers in the factories. The operation might be more or less autonomous, not only of a single machine, really also of lines, as Andrea pointed already in this direction. But the engineering, the setup of the factory, the entire design is done by people. So XR is one good way to support that. By the way, in the past, they were just uncomfortable. You got sweaty,
They're
and
getting
they were
better, aren't they?
heavy, etc. This changed dramatically. It's more and more fun. But again, as I mentioned before, let's also talk about this knowledge transfer, where these technologies help a lot.
Yeah.
That we should come to that discussion, and I would say later on. We have more and more older staff in our factories that have all the knowledge there. You find people, they listen to the machine and then can tell you, oh yeah, there's this gearbox. How can we capture that valuable knowledge? Possibly these technologies can help. Let's come back to that later on.
Yeah, that's one of the biggest questions, Takeshi Kurata, and we think that, or the reason we're discussing XR, it is that extended reality might help companies to get closer to digital solutions or new technologies through what he was introducing. What's your take on this?
Yeah, I'll say that. Actually, he talked about good data gathering, and in our case study, I'm collaborating with the Denso company, and in that case, we gather the positioning data of the each workers, and also the temperature and the humidity data with the sensor network. And by combining the trajectory and those heat map or humidity map, we can estimate how much each worker exposed in the high temperature or bad environment. And also, we are gathering the subjective feeling data with the smartphone app, then combining, and then also by training the AI model, we can estimate the feeling of the worker without entering such subjective data. But the problem is that if we have no visualization or some interface, the good front end, actually AI is a good back end. However, we need to good front end to connect between the human and the AI or some other data. In such sense, the XR or metaverse is a key technology to go to make the the digital twin forward to the next step. I'm not sure I'm answering your question, but.
Well, yes, Andrea Cagnin, data quality is always crucial in any application, AI application, but when it comes to extended reality, maybe even more. And what's your experience in terms of how companies are adapting and what are the critical aspects that has to be solved?
Yeah, good questions. And actually, it's the bridge with what you were saying before, Dominique. So we are moving, if we stick with the manufacturing side, we are moving from a mass production era to a production of one era. And the concept and the tools of virtual reality and augmented reality is not something that came yesterday, it came a few years ago already. If we take a look at what the OEMs are doing, are they using AR, VR solutions? Yes, some of them, yes. Most of them, not so much. And why so? is because the data that they use for virtual reality that comes from 3D models, PLM, the CAD, from the ERP, for the orders, for the MES. This data, most of the time, is not accurate, and so it's difficult to be able to visualize the right data with augmented reality or virtual reality applications. So in this, considering the business trend of production of one, where each product is different from the previous one, it's even more important to be able to track each difference in the model that is going to be used for XR applications. And this has also the same use case for service, but let's stick to manufacturing.
Dominic Rormus, well, first of all, you mentioned before, and maybe it's a detail, but to me it's always relevant. It's, you know, the usability of these kind of solutions. And we know that sometimes over the last 2 decades, the borders between industrial and retail consumers applications are getting blurred. And many companies in electronics like Apple, for example, or Meta, they stepped into heavily, but with not huge success. If we take Apple Vision Pro or Oculus from Meta and so on, diffusion is still limited. And what's behind that, and what's the relation with what's happening into the industrial space?
Please allow me not to comment on individual products.
No, sure.
In general, as Andreas said, the technology is minimum 30 years old. I am aware, and allow me for that side effect, I'm aware of a remote operation headset controller for a Gemini program, where they put people on the moon, right? There was a control unit where you had this thing with analog technology, and so we're really speaking about decades of technology development with all circumstances the decade just had. With respect to industrial applications, we have massive usage in those areas where it's mandatory. For instance, in mobility, when you talk about airplanes or trains, you have several layers of equipment or technology behind each other because you have very limited space for the technology of the device. This also in factories, the footprint discussion is very important, but even in mobility, when something is moving, the footprint is even more critical than in a normal factory. In particular, in an SME, often the footprint is not optimized to the maximum. So in those applications, it makes super much sense, or remote operations of offshore. It makes super much sense, independent if it's fun or not, to use these devices, to have a direct, without an expert being trained for 1 year, direct feeling on where am I? Am I in this layer, in the skin of the aircraft, or the next layer, or the next layer? And how is it looking there, and what do I need to do for maintenance, etc., etc. So there are areas where it's fully adapted and applied, independent of the comfort situation. But we would like to get that really to the next step, because to my understanding, or it's a personal view also, it's the most natural way to interact with a human. It has audio, it has the video, it's individual, it's directly on you, and it has the ability to bring you in the scene without not having you in the room. So you see the room, and in addition, augmented on top, you see this the situation, the virtual situation on top overlaid. So the technology itself is, for me, a clear future. The business purposes we just discussed, I don't want to leverage again on them. So for me, this is a clear way forward, and I'm sure that technology will solve the problem over the next years.
Well, absolutely. There's a lot of excitement in this area of research, and for example, we cover quite heavily EssilorLuxottica, which is an Italian and French company, the largest player into the eyewear technology, and they're working very hard on an agreement also with Meta on new solutions that will allow us to use our lenses as the interface with an augmented reality. This is clearly at the retail level for individuals and so on, but even at an industrial level, the fact that it's going to be easier, and it will take maybe some years, but that's the direction that at least some of the largest players in the industry are showing us. Do you think, Mr. Kurata, that this is more a technology problem or a cultural problem? The mindset has to change to work in a different way.
I think both sides actually influences the getting say such kind of a device getting popular. But first of all, technically speaking, still it's really difficult to make the immersive wide field of view display with the low cost. And also, not culture aspect, but in my case, do you know the Meta Quest 3? I can keep working with such an immersive, relatively large display for like maybe 8 hours, but some part of people, like my colleague, are not tolerant to the long time use for such an immersive display. That's such a health issue would be really difficult to solve. And on the other hand, these days, we used to call smart glass like AR glass. But these days, many companies call that AI glass because they seems like in some sense at this moment they give up providing the good wide field of view display, and then they rely on the auditory information, and AI glass is a tool to gather the variety of data by the different kinds of sensors. Then processing that sensor with AI, then the output is coming through the auditory, the audio, so that they now give up the providing rich visual information. And but to take that strategy, we can make the much lighter the AI glasses, and also the battery life issue is decreasing. So now the form factor is going two ways: very immersive display and such a AI display with a very limited, display, visual display, but with auditory. Yeah, that's now the trend is going. Yeah.
Dominic Ramos, there's a question from you regarding the impact that AI is going to have on also XR, virtual reality solution. The question is pretty technical, but it's asking how do you see the balance between high-fidelity physics-based simulators, such as the GPROMs, and I have to admit, I have no idea what I'm talking about, and newer approaches like AI surrogate models, and what's your sense of the direction?
So AI is a different subject. It's a tool, as discussed already several times here. Industrial AI is different than LLMs that we know from the consumer area and comparable, for instance, for linguistic purposes. The verticals that Andrea also addressed, and I would be happy if you can also comment and support me in the answer, be so kind. Andrea, the verticals that Andrea addressed have different challenges with respect to AI, different amount of data where you can train models. Second, in industry, not all data will be blown to the cloud. There will be a lot computed at the edge. So basically very close to the machine, also close to these devices we just discussed, like XR devices. And third, those models require sufficient data for a specific purpose. So it can't be a general machining model. That is insufficient, totally insufficient. It must be the machine plus the material being processed on that machine combined to get good AI results for either optimization, material flow, productivity increase, etc., etc. Logistic topics like intralogistic optimization and comparable material flow in general. What I'm saying is basically industrial AI is an own subject. It's a tool. We will see for sure federated model training and model learning over time. It will feed data for the metaverse heavily, and that is very useful, very useful. It will increase quality and productivity. I'm 100% convinced there. And these XR glasses are a good measure or mean to visualize accordingly. I would like again to repeat, and please allow me, that the knowledge of the people, in particular the skilled and experienced workers, we need to capture that, right? I think this is a major application for now. Our people in our factories are not getting younger, so to say. I want to be maximum polite. So we have to start independent on how good these classes are or not. And it must not be 8 hours, possibly it's half the time or a quarter of that time. But we should start using those technologies to capture knowledge. But it's not general purpose knowledge that we just blow in the cloud. That stays in the companies. It can be even IP related. It can be IP related. And then these concepts of data ecosystems come into place, that you have data sovereignty, that you can keep your IP, and you combine this data. So I gave several answers in several dimensions, touching on different points, but it fits together. Shall I tell you, this complexity is super high. Even for me, it's quite demanding. Don't feel bad. We need to sort things. That's why we have the WMF, we have David, we have Professor Marco Teisch to sort these things for us. But again, these technologies grow together now, and that's an opportunity, an innovation and future opportunity, in particular also for Europe.
Well, that's encouraging, at least to me. Andrea Cagnin, when it comes to your dialogue with industries and clients, and what are the key factors when you have to propose projects and get the people understand what's the best advantage for them to go in this direction?
Yeah, exactly. And so also to connect with what you were saying before, the power of data, the quality of the data is key to be able to provide these, to enable these kind of solutions. Today we can see that most of the data, most of the knowledge, it's on Excel. I think that if we remove Excel from the usage of our business, 95% of the companies worldwide will stop working. Okay, so this is the reality. But this means that most of the knowledge is still not connected with models. It's on another support. The importance of leveraging virtual reality, augmented reality, it's really to have a centralized source of knowledge. Why not connected to the model? A model-based engineering, for instance, could enable this. But this means change the way of working, change the tools that are required to work. I don't say that in the future we will not use any more Excel, but maybe we will reduce the usage of Excel to be able to better support this kind of usage.
Would you allow me to leverage on that a little bit? In my opinion, we need really, and we do that for 10 years, and again I would like to cite the World Manufacturing Forum 13 years ago. Digitalization requires data, and Excel is having data, but we need to go the next step. We need to install, in particular in our SMEs in Europe, but also in Japan, in Korea, and in the US, etc., MES systems and ERP systems that allow these even smaller companies to structure the data such that they can go towards autonomy, towards optimization of the supply chain, towards all the necessary reporting coming up. We didn't talk about the digital product passport today. This is a reporting that you need to deliver. For the battery, it starts in 2027. And you won't do that in a manual way. That's too expensive. Our labor cost is too high in Europe. So it's really relevant that we go this step, and I will, and I'm super proud of the World Manufacturing Forum. They will continue to really leverage, and their roadmap contains it if you read it, to leverage this adoption of systems and also integrating of SMEs with structured data collection and acquisition. This is key to success.
Takeshi Kurata, what's your take on these aspects?
Okay, let me talk a little bit about one more use case that could be related to that discussion. In that case, so this is like a Matryoshka. We have developed a VR environment to prototype AR support system. Then we can conduct the evaluation, subjective evaluation with the actual worker in the VR environment for designing new AR system. Then we can gather the efficiency, objective data, evidence of efficiency, and also the usability. Then finally, we could provide such evidence to the executive of some company, the partner company. Then that some of Japanese companies really conservative. Just like, okay, we have some idea to improve the work, but they don't believe us. So we developed such a VR environment for human in the loop simulation, the way. Then we finally, so that we provide evidence to persuade, convince the executive to put the investment to develop the actual AR system to in that case, it's the logistics. But however, in such a way, we might be able to, so make the AR system or XR system more popular to the industries, especially in such a Japanese conservative. It's maybe kind of cultural aspect.
Yeah, absolutely. Dominic, there's a question for you. And yes, quality of data is important, but how do you foresee an increase in the usage of methodology for synthetic data generation? Do you think there is space also in manufacturing? Because we see that in life science, for example, and it's already quite popular among scientists.
Absolutely, and it must be based on the engineering phases. In the engineering, you create the product, you design the production line, and for sure, synthetic data can come along there in addition. It's a very short answer. I would clearly say yes. Yeah. Andrea, what is your take on that with your customers? I think also that's a topic. Again, as I said before, it sounds crazy. There are so many SMEs around the world and so many machines. You are telling me we don't have enough data? No, I don't say that in general, but for the specific alloy, for that specific material, when it comes really into the depth for a laser process, whatever it is, then you don't have enough data. And there it matches what you just said. Andrea, what is your take?
I agree with you,
customers?
Dominique. Maybe what we see is that the data is there, but is not classified or is not connected to the right requirement, for instance. So it's difficult to be able to reuse the output of that data. So the link between the data acquired and what's the part that is connected to this information, what is the requirement that is connected to that part, it's key to be able to reuse, to understand the data that can come from an IoT system.
Yeah, we're talking about industrial AI, which, at least for Ursula von der Leyen, the European Commission, is the perspective, the only perspective Europe can play the game of AI. We've lost probably the train in Europe for hyperscalers. We rely on their infrastructure. At the same time, we do have one of the strongest manufacturing sectors as a whole, producing data, and there's a lot of projects at the European level going in this direction because there's a sense of urgency that European industries start to adopt these kind of technologies. And Dominic, I'd just like to ask you, why is this so urgent, and what's the elephant in the room we haven't mentioned so far?
Political questions, complex questions, very important questions. You're right, we don't have massive compute centers, data centers in Europe. If so, they belong to a few global players, global operations. From that perspective, I fully comply with European strategy and fully support. There are, by the way, a lot of HPC high-performance computing activities in European Union. There's this HPC cluster in
we
several...
have one in Bologna, for example, with one Leonardo.
France, Germany, Netherlands, Spain. Please excuse if I leave a country out,
that's fine.
not on purpose. Again, as I said, when it comes to manufacturing, a lot will be computed at the edge. For sure, companies will not, in particular SMEs, will always fear that their IP is being transferred and that they lose sovereignty over their data. We need to overcome that. One way is really that we have offerings, solutions at the edge, which is something in between a machine and the cloud. I don't want to technically to explain it, that's enough, I guess. And secondly, we need to do that in a most data sovereign, secure and trustful way. For that, Europe came up with this concept of federated data ecosystems, like Manufacturing X, Catena X, and many more. Italy is actively involved, France, Germany, Netherlands, again, Austria, many more, Spain. And I think that could be a good clue, right? So the data sovereignty topic must be coupled with this AI topic. In that regard, I think we can get forward and really get something going. Urgent, China and US are doing it. And they have the compute power there anyway. And they just can give directions and strategies. We are missing this piece of technology, of massive compute power just available on a national level. We don't have a national AI compute infrastructure as an example. In other countries, this is existing. So these are the main reasons there.
Well, Andrea Canini, just in a nutshell, but Dominic was mentioning security, data security, and this is a concern for everyone, but also for SMEs and companies that start to use this kind of platforms. How can you guarantee in general, and what's the approach towards data security?
This is a good question that I don't know if I have the right answer. So the subject of sovereignty, data sovereignty, is key. The subject of IP protection is key. There are some techniques for data, where to save the data, how to use the data, where the AI would be hosted. I don't have an answer that it's clear, but depends on the application.
Yeah, it's interesting because when it comes to XR environment and augmented reality, everyone is very concerned about what am I giving, maybe to an external provider, and
exactly. Maybe more than XR, it's the data that is consumed by XR. Yeah. So, what is the data that you feed to artificial intelligence, to XR, that can come from the engineering side, from the PLM, from the ALM, from the manufacturing, ERP. So this is key. Also from the CRM, how you use the assets. So this is key.
We have in Europe these projects. They are with an X at the end, across Europe. And Catena X for the automotive supply chain really executes on it. It's an operation, right? Answering those questions, tackling IT security, tackling data sovereignty. You need a partner number, and then you establish peer-to-peer connections, so it does not go through a central server where someone can listen to. It's really a peer-to-peer connection.
And you're mentioning also the International Manufacturing X Council, for example.
Exactly. This is who really leverages on that. And you certify that this is Andrea and not Marco, because Marco is there and that's Andrea, and it must be technically and automated certified. And then a peer-to-peer data connection is established. So these are these European innovations. And please let us not from this panel, and I would like to really include Japan here, the RRI is on the forefront of this movement with us jointly. There's lots of innovation in Europe to tackle exactly these things that may look as a weakness on the first front, but we have federated and very different technology offers to the market, and in the end the market will decide. But we have offers to the market. There is innovation in Europe.
Well,
so don't get that wrong.
I would just like to hear your takeaway from the discussion, also considering that you are director also of the Research Institute on Human and Societal Augmentation. And what can you tell us also on this, which is maybe a little bit broader, but it's absolutely relevant in terms of the environment we're going to live in?
Okay, now we are talking about the data connection or something, but now what's lacking in this discussion is a community, the human connection. You know, for example, now we are living in the aging society, especially in Japan. So the company need to keep the human resources, and then so like in Tokyo, there are lots of people. Population density is very high, but the countryside, every single company has difficulty in having good workers. But with the industrial metaverse, we can realize the new type of telework, remote work, and gig work. And in such a case, we haven't talked about this, but in any kinds of metaverse, we need avatars. So otherwise, it's just a visualization tool. So then we also need identification in the cyber world, and then good communication between the human to human, even in the remote. And then we can make the good society and the community, and we can make the good working force, even if it's distributed. So it's a kind of a societal augmentation. You know, not only the augmenting the individual power, but also such a augmenting societal situation. Then finally, we may be able to keep living in such aging society. Is that?
Absolutely. And so clearly, if it sounds familiar, it's because, you know, Italy and Japan, at least from the aging perspective, are kind of brothers, because we have exactly the same trends in aging, which was your starting point. So thanks again for this discussion, Takeshi Kurata, Dominic Rormus, and Andrea Cagnin. It was a pleasure having you for the final roundtable of the World Manufacturing Forum 2025. Thank you so much. And for the closing remarks of our edition, I would like to ask Diego Andres, President of the World Manufacturing Foundation, together with Marco Taish and David Romero, Chairman and Vice Chairman Scientific, Chairman and Vice Chairman of WMF, to join me on the stage for, you know, looking for the bottom line of these 2 days of discussion, please.
Okay, here we are, after 2.5 intense days of conversation. I'm very, very happy about the quality of the conversation that we had so far. I think we touched on a lot of topics here, and I'm very proud about these communities, which is truly global communities, and I think we all have a job back home to keep continuing building on this community, on this platform, because really, on these 13 years, we really built a very strong platform, and I think it's really, I want you to get engaged with us, and you and ourselves to engage with you in the next weeks. How can we really scale this platform for good? So this, I think, is going to be the challenge in the next months ahead that this team and all of us together we have. So I really engage, and I turn the light to you really in engage with us in proposal on how can we really scale this platform, which we're all very proud of being part of for good. Thank you.
I will use this one. So thanks again. Thanks to all of you. The global community of the World Manufacturing Foundation is growing. I think this is something I would like to share with you. Just two quick information and news. We have been invited to the Global Industrial Summit, which is going to be organized next week in Riyadh, in Saudi Arabia, jointly with the United Nations Industrial Development Organization, and we will be there reporting the activity that we did. And I think this is a very important news, which because it shows the reputation that our community is getting at global level. And also, I'm very happy and proud to be sure that there are people from, or friends, colleagues from South Korea also. They are discussing with us about having a World Manufacturing Forum in South Korea in 2017. I think that these two facts are very important because they show that the idea of creating an open global community discussing about the future of manufacturing is something that is needed and is needed by many countries. And I think this is important. So keep working, and you will be informed of the future development on this side. David.
So the show will continue beyond the forum. The forum, of course, is a good excuse to get everyone together, but the work of the foundation goes across the whole year with different keynote presentations where we go and visit different continents, different countries, try to share the results of the report, the vision that we are providing on the important role of manufacturing. And well, particularly when it comes to the report, this year we made this decision to, of course, it's nice to present it here. 20 minutes, it's never enough. Even 2 days is never enough to discuss all what we need to discuss on how to make, better the way we operate, how we make businesses in the manufacturing sector. But what is coming in the upcoming months, it's at the beginning of the year, of course, is going to be the webinar series, where we're going to have sufficient time to discuss each of the roadmaps and the technology platforms that compose our report of this year on key enabling technologies for the future of manufacturing, roadmaps and platforms. So that's the first message I would like somehow to remind ourselves. And the other one, it's the topic for next year. The topic for next year will continue, let's say, what we started last year with the topic of an outlook, looking into the future of manufacturing. Last year topic was new perspectives for the future of manufacturing, Outlook 2030. We talk about the need for putting milestones before we reach this 2030, which is going to be a key year in many ways for the manufacturing sector. Many achievements must be done before we reach the 2030. Of course, we need ways of doing it. That's the focus of this year, talking about the roadmaps and talking about the technology platforms as enablers. The topic for next year, it's navigating the future of manufacturing, trends, compass, and technology radars. I think now we have a lot, and we talk about the complexity on how to doing all these things. So the idea, of course, it's when we want to navigate into what seems to be into a little storm into the near future, we need to have good radars, good compasses to navigate and successfully reach to the other point of the storm being successful. So we focus on that. We continue thriving as a community, even the challenges that may present on the road. And thank you very much again to make this possible, because we work for you.
Young manufacturing leaders this afternoon, right?
Yes.
You want to say something?
Well, I was going to give you the chance to wrap up with that.
No, this afternoon, I mean, the show is going on. This afternoon we have, as a tradition, the Young Manufacturing Leaders Summit. You may remember that this is the network of leaders, young people, university students, PhD and postdoc, who are in touch with manufacturing, and they're going to have their own event this afternoon. So everybody's, of course, invited just after lunch. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you for attending. See you at the next World Manufacturing Forum. Thank you. Grazie. Thank you, David.